Yeah, it's looking pretty alright, isn't it? What is happening in the J Gamer Dude here with the end of Endwalker? At least, like, my intention is to finish the expansion, and hopefully, like, my next stream is just gonna be, crap, what's it called? A Newfound Adventure, and then I'll probably put FF14 on hold for a little while. So what we're going to do is, we're going to go to Aporia and finish off the Bond of Adamantite main quest. And so this is the one that had like the epic, this immediately after the big, crap, what's the word? The big cutscene with a lot of new, like a lot of old characters that we've seen throughout our mini adventures. And so here's where we talk to Fortuno and move on from there. She has the key to the lift and we'll send you down. So, I'm not too sure where it is that we're going, but I think it's the area where the afterburner is being held. Where the work is being done on the jet propulsion for their ship in order to take people from our planet to the moon. The heart of Labyrinthos, most closely guarded secret, Dalmatian. Dalmatian? Whatever, same difference. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure I've done the ether currents for Labyrinthos. I'm just missing this quest here, Bond of Adamantite. At least I think so. Let me have a look. Yeah, Bond of Adamantite, that's the one. Ether current right there. Let's keep. Oh, actually, can I use my? Oh yeah, I can. Ooh, not a good idea. Not a good idea. I don't want to use a summon that's going to get me in trouble with the copyright system. Because if I'm going to leave this on YouTube, I'm going to be like copywritten to the days. Well, at least I'm going to get hit with a copyright strike. Probably not a strike, but like, at the very least I'll have like a mark on my record for sure. So this is the ship that's going to take people to the moon? Well, I mean, I'll give it that. It looks futuristic-y, which is neat, I guess. Maybe? I don't even know where I'm going with this. Direct your attention towards the center. Behold the Ark. Oh yeah, and the Ark is what everyone is calling it. Not the people who are making it, just everyone else who knows about its existence. A lot of engineering speak to make it work as best as possible. So, the point has been made that as like the Scions, we've held our end of the bargain of being able to bring we've been able to work on the ether burner in a way whereby they're now able to make multiple routes and actually make their job 20 times easier, and so now it's up to the forum to hold up their end of the bargain. And their bargain is to give us an audience with Heidelin, which is what they found in the Sea of Ether. and which was their closest guarded secret for the longest time. So the question is, how is it that we're going to meet her? And I'd be very curious to find out, to be honest. Knowing who Heidelin was, rather. It's interesting. You gotta get a bit of perspective, I guess. I'm almost there. But damn, that was a bit of a trek to go all the way around, well, a medium-sized craft, as he called it. Okay, so the ethereal sea is... Oh, okay, maybe I have a better idea of what it meant. Pretty much at the core of this world is where Heidelin is. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes. So it looks like she's gone very quiet since like the end of the Realm Reborn story, rather. Which, fair enough. Kind of expected about as much. Alrighty then. The ocular lens by which we may peer into the ethereal. Okay, so the atellioscope is this, or atelioscope, or whatever it's called, is pretty much a telescope to look into the Earth itself, well, the planet itself. Ethereus, as it's called. Etheria, something or other. Anyway. So we could potentially die if we go in there. That's wild. There's no time to have a weak link in our vanguard. God damn it, Kryl. Keeping us alive is probably a damn good idea. But... So it's been referred to as the underworld. It's funny to think that and then think, oh yeah, also Hades was a villain that we fought earlier on in the story. Which might be wild to think about. Noted. We're gonna want to be real careful here. The itelescope, now accessible. I wonder if I'm going to actually get 8 million XP before I hit the level 90 quests. Which I don't think there's going to be much anyways. Okay. So while my intention was to go through... Yeah, so my intention was to go through the remainder of the story, hopefully like in the stream, which I've realized is going to be like 4 or 5 hours of whatever content I have left. Though I didn't really think that if I had any duties to do, it would still have to be with people. Because, again, like that's what makes the game fun. Plus, how much? 377. Okay, so I've got plenty. Plenty of space to get more. Cool. I guess before I get too carried away, I'm just looking up the FF14 gathering site, which has been amazing, to be honest. Let me just get rid of that. Here we go. Because it's allowed me to kind of get to place whenever I need to do some grinding of items to get collectibles and stuff like that. Labyrinthos, I can actually go there now, weirdly enough. Yansha. I digress. Anyway, we've got some time to do some gathering, so might as well do that. Let's... Oh, damn it, I joined the thing as a pugilist, not a monk. Crap, okay. Mistakes were made, and that's now on the internet. Yikes me, yikes. Here we go, better. Disaster averted. Phew. Alright. That could have been a lot worse. Oh, actually, nah, I forgot my equipment. Here we go. Time to teleport out of here to... Where is it that I'm going exactly? Ondo Cups. Since I'm here, I might as well do some gathering while I wait. I really like the way they've handled queuing and queuing, forming parties, and actually doing the multiplayer aspects of the game, meaning mainly the duties and things, trials, dungeon runs, and all the rest of it. Because for someone who doesn't normally play a lot of multiplayer games, I actually quite enjoyed it. This game more than I had any reason to. Even now, I'm only just kind of vaguely part of an FC. I've done a lot of some of the tougher trials, raids and things like that, so it's all well and good. It's all a fun time, to be honest. So we're at the Ondo Cups getting these collectibles. Then the next place we're going to go to, which I probably won't have time for, so I'll ignore Still Tide and go to the Peering Stones. In good old... Peering Stones in Gurabanya. Question is, do I have enough time to actually be able to reach the collectible? Because it's all the way to the north. And it's pretty far off too. I say I probably need to reach there in the next 15 to 20 seconds, otherwise I'm not going to be able to get it. If not less, actually. Oh. Because time in Eorzea goes by way too bloody quickly. It's around here somewhere. Oof. No, but it's actually further beyond. Really? How far north do I have to go? Jesus. Oh, no, I'm out. God damn it. Okay. So I have to go all the way to the south now. This time I'm not going to take my chances with time. Okay, Zundo, Mortzok, the Great Work, Onkoro, Camp Rokengas. Right, moving on to the south. think I've got my minor gear out. Yes, I do. I've been doing this all day, by the way, like collecting collectibles, because again, collecting 8,000 of the buggers is annoying enough, but there's literally no reason to. Why is this an achievement in the game? I don't understand. Who on earth thought that this was a good idea? In what circumstances would anyone need 8,000 freaking collectibles? I mean, I could go on an absolute pisser right now about it. I goddamn swear, you know? Like I said, I could go on an absolute pisser about achievement design and what constitutes a good achievement, what constitutes bad, the insane variety of things to do. As I've mentioned before in previous like streams, there's so much good. There's so many good achievements in this game that allow you to be like, okay, like play through each of these trials, do like all of these things, do these entire storylines, which are not part of the main story, but they're bloody well close enough. And yet, they're enjoyable parts of the game that aren't too long, don't overstay their welcome, and aren't terribly difficult until you start doing some of the savage stuff. In which case, then you're like, okay, you're starting to do things that are genuinely supposed to be more challenging. But in the grand scheme of things, like, they're not that bad. I think the only savage stuff that I've had issue with in terms of difficulty is in Shadowbringers, namely E8S. And I haven't tried E12S enough to say if it's particularly difficult, but it doesn't seem to be as bad. And E8S is the fight against Shiva. E12 is against E12S was Eden, and of course then there's E4S, which I've already done, which is against Titan, which turns into human/car Titan. Pretty wild thing to think about, really. God damn, I'm like very much like tripping on my like sentences and words right now. It looks like the party isn't filling up particularly quickly at the moment, which is actually pretty funny. Maybe I should have party finded this, but then again, I would rather have done the synced and not unsynced, which I think is most likely what would have happened. But I digress. I really do enjoy the music in this area. It's quite nice. It's like a slow burner, but it feels good. So the next place we're gonna go to is Tailfeather. However, I don't think I'll be able to make Little Iran though, because I was gonna go to Tailfeather and then Little Iran, but Little Iran might be a bit much, given that there's quite a bit of a distance to travel from Little Iran to where the collectibles are going to be collected from. But God bless whoever made this FF14 gathering site, because if it weren't for them, I honestly would be very lost in collecting 8,000 sodding collectibles. God damn, why 8,000? Under what circumstance would anyone need that many? Surely I can't be the crazy one who's thinking, yeah, you know what's a great idea? Collecting a lot of collectibles. And you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna get 8,000 of the buggers. I could keep going on and on about it, and I feel like no one would truly understand unless you attempted to do it yourself. I don't even know what to say. How far am I in this anyways? Living off the land, 8,000 collectibles, 90% of the way there. 90 goddamn percent. I feel real salty right now, I'm not gonna lie. At least I've got like 7,200 collectibles at the moment. Only another 800 to go. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's better or worse than crafting 5,000 collectibles. That's what I'm trying to understand, and I don't think that it might be... creating that many collectibles is not viable because you'll take a massive shot to the wallet. The amount of gil it takes to get the items you need. You're going to spend at least 1 million gil on that. At least. Now I'll get the Elden Nutmeg because I need some of that purple stuff. Okay, sweet. 80%, that's not great, but whatever. I'll have to make do with what I've got. $263. Oh, damn it, really? You know what, I'll go for the full 1,000. And if I go collect. Okay, and one more. Yes, got it. Okay, sweet. I'm surprised I even managed to get to. Anyway, next place that we're going to go to is going to be... I've completely forgotten. Tailfeather. Is it Tailfeather? Nope, sorry, Annex Shrine. Annex Shrine is next, and then it's House of the Fierce, and then it's Alagana, but Archaon might be on there as well at some point. So I've got like a list of places to go to with things to do, but I also need to kind of like take a bit of time to empty out my inventory in between. God damn, what's happening to my party, man? Like, it fills up with people and then disappears. And those people disappear, I mean. They get Thanos snapped away. I feel like not a lot of people will be doing this dungeon anyways. Unless it happens to be like a party of people. I mean, this is as late game as you can kind of get, really. Except for like literally the last stuff. Are there any dungeons in Newfound Adventure? Because I don't think there would be. House of the Fierce is next. Where are we? House of the Fierce, there we go. Every time I see the name House of the Fierce, I always think of House of the Dead. And having recently bought the House of the Dead remake, like the theme sounds so good when you hear it out of an organ rather than a piano. That echoiness, it hits different in a good way. It hits different in a good way. Now, I'll get some pine resin this time. You know, grab something a little bit different. Another very peaceful kind of soundtrack in the background. I definitely appreciate this area. It has a very oriental feeling to it, which I know is supposed to be more based off of Japan than China, but you kind of get the idea. You just kind of get that feeling, you know what I'm saying? There we go. So for this one, we have to go above the tree that we're going to be bottoming the hell out of is going to be above the waterfall somewhere around here. There we go. Imagine if we were like in a ship, like a ship that sails on water, and then you just kind of like go directly up the waterfall. That would be kind of cool as like a weird looking mount in this game, where you can only travel on water. But then I reckon that would be a bit much, right? It's just some weird idea that I had. Probably not something that you could action particularly easily. Now we're going to teleport to Yulmore. And so the reason why we're going there is I'm just going to hand that nutmeg that I picked up and get some purple scripts. Some purple gatherer scripts. So we're getting about 38, plus another 38, sweet, so it's about 76 right there. And then we're just going to teleport out to Mord Sock. Because I don't exactly have enough time to go back to the Archaeon in Labyrinthos. Because now, so now the thing should appear any moment, the unspoiled rather. Why did I say unsoiled? It's not like trees can soil themselves or something along those lines. In fact, soiling kind of means that they kind of crap themselves, but I don't think trees do that, or at least not to some extent. Would you think that a tree craps itself if it, what's the word? Drops some fruit? Probably not, but it could be assumed as such. Am I thinking too hard into this? Absolutely. Like, are you kidding me? I am talking about some absolutely mental stuff here. Onkoro. Okay. So next place we're gonna go to is the Great Work and then Onkoro. The Great Work, where are we at? Here we go in Thavnair. Now, I think picking Red Lana as my mount whenever I stream is probably a good idea, because I haven't been called out or been not copyright struck, but rather like got hit by copyright, like the auto copyright that YouTube has going on when I've used this particular mount. Although I would argue that like a lot of what I'm going to be watching and doing right now in the stream is going to be very spoiler heavy, but the fact that like me going to these locations, I would imagine isn't as spoilery, but I could be completely wrong about that. I guess it also just depends on who you ask, because something could be considered a spoiler about as much as just enjoying something. Saying that it is good is in its own way spoiling. But then again, that's a pretty insane thing to say. At least that's what I think. Could be worse. Where are we going to next? Onkoro. Or Onokoro, sorry. There we go. I keep calling it Onkoro for some reason, but it's Onokoro. Yeah. I'm looking at like a list of like places to go to, and I don't think I would sound any less insane. Now we're at Tertium, and then we're gonna go to Onkoro after this, because Onkoro seems to have a lot of like gathering places for collectibles at various times, of course, which is crazy to think about. I'm still just sitting here waiting 20 minutes. God damn, really? 20 minutes? It honestly doesn't feel like 20 minutes has actually passed, if I'm being honest. But then that's like a matter of perspective. Now, we've finished up here, so next place we're gonna go to is Well, hold on, is it Onkoro or Onokoro? Onokoro, yeah. I kind of almost second guessed myself again there. I really need to calm the hell down. So here. Oh, wrong one, wrong one. Do, 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 do. I think Ravanti's gonna leave the FC. That usually happens, I think. I see so many like people like, you know, leave the FC. I'm just kind of just casually playing sort of here and there. I feel like maybe a lot more people prefer to just, you know, constantly, you know, what's the word? Go ham on PvP and things like that. Now I'm going to switch to Minor, and we're going to teleport to Tailfeather. Wherever that is, here we go, Dravania. Which makes me wonder, like, how they, you know, like, how did the devs come up with names for places? Because there are a lot of locations in this game, and, like, I feel like you can only come up with so much individualism in, like, the names before they start to sound samey. Yet this game has been doing a pretty good job of that, honestly. I mean, coming up with names like, especially later on in the game, you've got places like Palakistan, The Great Work, Aporia and Labyrinthos. Like, you know, you got names, man. Maybe it just needs to sound sort of interesting, and then it kind of counts as like a place name. Anyway, the next place we're going to go to is Fort Job. So Fort Job, and then we go up to there, the southwest. There we go. I remember when like we used to call Graha the Exarch. That's a hell of a spoiler, but anyway, that was an interesting storyline, and I still think that in terms of MSQ, the best part of MSQ was the Shadowbringers MSQ, as in the quest called Shadowbringers. That was a very fun time. Very fun indeed. And just that final quest really like cemented itself firmly in my mind as like the fact that I had a good time. And I streamed it on my YouTube channel. me running through and finishing Shadowbringers, like, that was a good time. That was like I want to say 4 or 5 hours? It's wild. Anyway, so we're on the moon now. Goddamn. I mean, this was a wild thing to find out that the moon was actually a giant ship that is meant to escort humanity to, like, you know, to not death, pretty much. So that, you know, humanity doesn't die on the world that we're currently on, because we, the main character, kind of screwed that up, like, royally, among other things, by causing the collapse of the world. We did something that caused the collapse of the world. In this case, it was defeat Zodiac. You can't make this up, can you? You just genuinely can't. Because of how absolutely bonkers it feels. Though I suppose in the psychedelic haze you could make up a lot of really randomish sounding stories. A random... Actually, you know what? A psychedelic haze might not necessarily be random, mind you. Oh, we have goddamn liftoff. Let's do this. Collecting collectibles was a random bit of a time waster. Am I 91% yet? Yeah, I'm at 91 now. Yes. That's 80 less I have to do, so I'm at least 720 away from 720. Ha, nice. 720 collectibles away. Oh, here we go. The Itioscope at the Northern Empty. Time to meet with Heidelin. Unless for some reason we need to fight her or something.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Indeed we can, Kral. Indeed we can.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Oh, Jesus. Sinking Resentment. I wonder what other names of enemies they're gonna be here. Sinking Cynicism and Sinking Arrogance. Maybe if I just keep pounding the ground over and over. Well, I'm not pounding the ground. I'm doing like a roundhouse kick almost. Maybe not the most ideal way of going at it, but yeah, Ada Steel is absolutely killing it right now as a samurai. So we're going down this way. Abyssal Plain. Interesting. Sinking Rivalry. Just gonna keep pounding away at these guys. I'm gonna need to combo this rotation in, I think. Combo in Shadow of the Destroyer, because that's a good like wide range attacking move. Oh, need to get away. Oh, god damn it. Because the thing is, you can. One thing I didn't notice was I could stun enemies, and the fact that I've played for this long and I've never really tried doing that with leg sweep, kind of shows how little I pay attention to the actual mechanics of the game. Ilberd the Unrelenting. Jesus Christ, even now Ilberd continues to, you know, terrorize us in some way, shape or form. I feel like we're like permanently stuck with dealing him every now and again. But also, how much health does this guy have? What the heck? Wait, what was that just now? Oh, Livia the Undeterred. Livia? Where do I feel like I've heard that name before? That sounds like Livia's son Junius, but not quite. It seems like our healer is more in the mood to attack than to, you know, heal. Oh god damn it. I'm just hiding behind our healer now at this point. I mean, this is my first time through this dungeon, alright? So if I die, it's okay. But ideally, I don't want to die. Oh. Looks like our healer really believes in us not dying to some extent. Seraphic Veil. It seems clear that everyone here is level 89 with the exception of our tank being level 90. Okay, I just completely got struck down. Aglaya. Bear unto my enemy's breast Aglaya. Who the heck is Aglaya? All I know is that I'm pretty sure Aglaya is a raid. I just don't know if it's an alliance. Oh, it's an alliance raid, isn't it? Anyway, I digress. I'm just gonna stick with our healer because clearly they know what they're doing and I don't. See, I don't know if I'm supposed to be panicking or if I'm doing alright. Livia the Undeterred. So clearly that was the dead spirit of Livia St. Junius. St. Junius or whatever. Oh.
The ether is too dense. I'm losing you.
we need to go further down. We need to go underground and all the rest of it. When I looked at Tonsa's Brave, I was thinking tonsils for some reason. And maybe I'm just like an insane person for thinking that, but, you know. Tonsils, bro. Oh, she's a shooter gonna go. Why of all people did... You know what? I digress. Everyone's running off without me. God damn it, not again. Has everyone just been running off without me? Because I swear, this has been happening a lot lately. I'm just gonna keep spamming Shadow of the Destroyer. Just over and over in the hopes that I can kill off whatever remaining enemies we've got. Or deal at least a decent amount of damage, and then Tonsa's Brave destroys him. The gunbreaker that he is. Oh, are they running off again? Why am I running so slowly? They're not even sprinting. It makes me wonder, like, why is it that I'm, you know, moving a lot slower than the rest of my allies are. Four, five, oh, no, one more, boom. And then I can use that move, I can't remember what it's called. I've just been going ham this entire time, continuously. 72, what did everyone else get? Riatan the Unshakable. Riatan? Now, which enemy is this again? I feel like I should be remembering a lot more of this than I actually do. As I should be, I should probably just stick with the hero. Oh, god damn it. Oh, damn it. There was a little thing there? God damn it. There was a little inlet there that I just didn't even notice until now. It makes me wonder what the heck I've been doing this whole time. Legitimately speaking, what on earth am I doing? You know what? Let's just keep this going. Maybe I should have gone to the right with everyone else. Stick together with everyone. Because, again, like, these mental peeps know what's up. When I say these, I mean pretty much not me. Because I'm a crafting and thing mentor, not a battle mentor. For good reason. Now where's the inlet for me to hide in? Yeah, I've survived again, somehow, something. But this guy can really teleport around though, not gonna lie, like, that is pretty insane. Oh, yeah, I'm in the safe spot. Yeah, boy. Ooh, I got the casting. What about this? Nah, I'm not getting that. Oh, god damn, everyone's sprinting again. Yeah, I'm not getting that. The RNGesus is not on my side right now. Okay. Everyone is getting like materia and not me. Tom. Oh no, I did get battled down to materia X. Okay. How many more do we have left? One more enemy. Sinking dishonesty. Oh my god, we've almost finished the dungeon. I've only just noticed that now. Arrive at Midnight Downwell. Ooh, we're really close. Ah, whoops, I probably shouldn't have stunted the enemy there. As long as I keep going, I think that should be pretty good for the most part. Oh, no, I do not want to get blasted to high hell for whatever that move was going to be. Ooh, a Savage aim materia X. I should keep these like X materia or like on the side. Who knows when they're gonna release like an 11th version of set materia. But also level sync is not a thing anymore since like the max level is 90 and when it comes to dungeons you can actually have up to 1 or 2 levels higher than the actual level of the dungeon. Okay, so it looks like it's not just me, but also Toma's brave as well. Oh, what is this? Rather, who is this? Amon the Undying. Looks like he still doesn't want to leave us alone after what happened at Crystal Tower, it feels like.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
He's a big boy though. I'll give him that, like he's always massive. I'm pretty sure I just doomed us all, or maybe it might not have been my fault for that. Oh, what the heck? I just got blasted in the face. Embrace. Wait, what was that? So he's using a move called Curtain Call, which, if I remember right, was such a pain in the ass move from when he used it back in Crystal Tower. Oh, we were meant to hide behind the crystal. Crap, okay. So when that happens, stay across the edge, avoid the lightning, and also, when the massive crystal comes up, hide behind it. I'm pretty sure Shizu and Tonsa might actually be able to do this themselves. It's clear that, like, our healer is carrying us right now. I feel like that much is clear and obvious that they're doing everything. Oof. Okay. Wait. Oh no, that was a bad idea. So the thing is that the healer is the one who makes the move as like the entire run as smooth as possible. And their healing ability allows the rest of us to kind of like feel kind of empowered, if that makes sense. So that at least we kind of run into the fight with enough confidence to be like, at least someone's got our back. But that very much depends how things go for the most part with the rest of the fight, because again, we need to know and understand the mechanics of the fight to just be able to make sure everything goes through about as smoothly as we would want it to. Steel Peak is the move I was thinking of before. That I couldn't think of when I filled up my full chakra gauge. Such is the way of a monk. Need I say more? So Amon is almost down. We are so close. I can feel it. This was a long fight, but thank goodness we didn't wipe, but then that's all because of our healer carrying us. Surely they're gonna have a very sore back after this. For just how much weight they're carrying. Oh, that's so salty, god damn it.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Is us being able to believe a delusion and a lie? I've got a couple of aura here, including, well, I suppose myself and someone else. Anyway, here comes the whole crew. Need. Earring of Slaying. I might actually equip that now. Hell yeah. I need to do something about this materia. Oh yeah, I'm the only one left. Actually, while I'm here, I might as well... Oh, actually, you know what? I'll do that now. No, I'll do it after. I'm like trying to decide when I should empty out my inventory. But there's going to be another duty we're going to do immediately afterwards. Wait, what is that? I thought we defeated Amon, but then that purple glow suggested it's something else. Or someone else.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
What are you on about, Amon? What are you on about?
Leave this to her.
What are we going to do?
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching me.
Bad comedy? You don't say.
How would you know that name?
I went back in time, sucker. That's how I know. Haha. God damn it. So obviously we're not going to be saying that, but still.
That it was you. Elpis. But then itself. The final pieces fall into. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Amon, I was haunted by a dream.
And what dream might that have been?
After night, the faceless multitude,
The voiceless cries. Shard of Shadowmere?
shards of but slowly, the fog began to clear. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos.
The freak accident that happened at the end of our time in Alpus.
In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many... I wonder, is Emet-Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered.
That's going to be incredibly painful.
Make no mistake, My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end.
Then why? Why did you do this?
I have struggled.
I have dredged the very depths of despair
I have dredged
and
very
the
depths of despair.
detritus of existence. I found the truth, really.
Powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion.
And that's just how the cycle of life works,
So
though.
I ask you,
Why live at all when everything you do will lead to death and mean absolutely nothing upon that point?
we torment, we murder. We, if life is so sacred,
So precious.
so man wallows in a hell of his own making without. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the...
Surely that can't be the only way.
That is my truth, my answer to the question, and yet...
You don't seem
as
convinced.
the words
Almost.
pass my lips, I am filled with doubt.
He definitely didn't feel convinced
As
of his
the
own
sun
solution.
reached its end.
They do say that it has. What more could really even be said?
Was this the only way?
Meteon.
After
Knocking out a bunch of people
these
as a skilled
years,
swordsman as Van Daniel.
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van damned. Still clinging to existence, I see. You who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do others.
So is that the memory of Van Daniel, whereas he currently doesn't have the memory of Van Daniel and he's just Amon right now? Because
Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune. Is that Arsahi?
wait, what?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
So was Asahi not really Van Daniel? Because again, he's taken over his body for the longest time.
Bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of... I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Yeah, he's very much like the creepy bloke who's very, very
Now you
obsessed.
are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the even should you be reborn.
Thank goodness we're not on his bad side. Though then again, he is dead, among other things. I feel like that seems to be the only real diplomatic answer.
Even now,
After you see the many things that we have, I feel like it doesn't really make too much of a difference.
you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes. The man who knew so much.
Knew so much, but yet understood so little.
So little.
Ah, that's a line. That is a line right there. us if we just stand there.
Try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death. Likewise, I pray we do not meet again. You had better hope not.
And yet somehow I feel like this might not be the end of seeing this lot. Oh, is that the crystal bridge that'll lead us to where we're trying to get to?
Come. Heidelin is waiting.
But what is it that we're going to be accomplishing here exactly?
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Is that her?
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Man, why does she got an evil look on her face? There's a bit of a worry there. I don't know.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths.
So even she kind of agrees that, like, it's not the only thing that can happen here.
The other leadeth to Meteor, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dimeness, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteor hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
I feel like this is really more the folly of advanced technology, you know, having its own conscience and all this stuff.
We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes.
I can't help but think that that's kind of what's always been happening.
Conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. Darkness abideth within every living being.
Can never be cast out. And of course, the bigger the more light there is, the more shadow those things will begin to show. Both exist in perpetuity.
And in suffering,
Find strength and purpose.
as you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights.
That's
Though those closest to thee
good to hear, I guess.
by thy side, their love, for duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet, in thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, the fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolve.
that's a bit of like a nutshell for like everyone kind of here.
And thou, my champion, when all, for every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, that you have all known despair, and though therein lieth your power.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
Okay.
Hark!
Wait, so worthy means we're going to be fighting something, but who is it gonna be?
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance.
Huh.
As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm?
To stay firm while everything just around you crumbles.
Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
God, this is wild. Holy
No
crap.
room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now. I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the
I'm still trying to reel back from what's going on at the moment. We're literally going to fight a Heidelin right now. Yet somehow Zodiac seemed like it would be the most...
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Hmm. Really, like the Dark Inside and the Mother Crystal are the only Endwalker trials so far, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be like at least one or two more, especially at the end. Whew. Ooh, let me just reel back in from what just. Give me a second. Give me a second to just recover for a bit here because Okay, so at the time that we faced Zodiac, he was an incomplete state after Fandaniel sacrificed his life in order to take control. But after defeating Zodiac and causing the destruction of the world, after the Dark Inside, we now find ourselves facing against not a deity that's half incomplete, but rather one that is. The strongest being in all of this world we're about to fight. Before we go after Meteor. What more? What more is there that I can even say about this? It's easy to say that I'm at a loss for words, but this is something else. Wild. That's what it is. It's absolutely insanity. And I mean, eventually we were gonna fight God. It was just a matter of time before it ever happened. Really, every RPG you kind of have to fight God to some extent. But then, where do we go from here? What exactly is Meteor? What are the final fights going to be like? I have confidence we're about to find out, but this is going to be absolute insanity. Me trying to make sense of what's potentially going to happen is not going to do me any good, because again, it's done me a fat lot of good so far trying to understand where we're at. But then again, we're kind of running up to the final parts of this game. Not the game per se, but rather the story of what's currently available. Not including 6.1 content. That'll do afterwards. But the main thing is finishing Endwalker, and yeah. God damn. Okay. Also, discarding everything takes a damn long time, which kind of sucks. I mean, I think my X button hates me right now for how much I've used it. It would have been worse if I was playing a rhythm game on a very hard difficulty. Okay, we're almost there. Almost. 5 more things to go before I've discarded all the items that I clearly do not need. Sweet. Now I'm just going to return to Limsa, which I still haven't changed. My return point is still Limsa Laminza. Because I always going back to Limsa, if I'm being honest. It's a nice place. Anyway. Let's run into here. And I'm just going to hand over some items to one of my... is there any guild that she's got? Yep, 13k, nice. Entrust to withdraw items. I'm just going to entrust my materia. And while I'm here, I'm just going to entrust that as well. And hell, you know what? Since I'm here, let's pick up any more guild. Sweet. And since I'm here, I might as well go to Costa del Sol and complete a few leave quests. God damn, though. We're actually going to be fighting, you know, the very form of creation that we've been, you know, talking to since the beginning of the game. It really does, you know, sort of bring into perspective, like, just how insane some of the stuff that we've been doing is. I mean, I don't even know what to make of, like, you know, what's going on at the moment. I swear, man, like, it's wild. Absolutely wild to think about. We've come so far. There have been so many quests, so much story, and it's all been culminating into, like, this finale that we're running through right now. When I think of it like that, again, it doesn't sound any less crazy than, like, a lot of other things. Honestly, this journey for me feels like it's been hundreds of hours in the making, honestly. Crazy, random, out there, just doesn't do it justice, you know? Oh, got my gear. Here we go. Now to go to Poitin Oikos and keep collecting collectibles until we can do the Mother Crystal. Alicia just said God, and I'm like, God damn it. What's been going on in the chat? Dumpster. Hello, you found Brandon. I don't even know what to say. Again, like, I'm just at a loss as to, like, what I can even say about where we're at. But at the same time, I feel like I probably should figure out how to describe, like, half the junk that I get up to in games. Otherwise, I'm probably, like, a failure as a streamer, pretty much. Ooh, Nutmeg's actually gotten a lot easier to collect for some reason. Huh. 99% still not enough, mate. But you're at 308. 308 again. And you know what? Yeah, 850. Let's collect 3 of these. And then we're going to go to Annex Shrine next. Annex Shrine. Here we go. I wonder how people get, like, more viewers. Because I know I haven't really been clipping my content, which I probably should be. Because I know clips stay on, crap, what's the word? On Twitch forever, even though your actual streams don't, and I'm using, like, YouTube to, like, you know, keep my streams there. So I feel like I'm aiming more for the Twitch streamer crowd than I am YouTube views. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's worth it to put the time and effort into making my YouTube better, like, when streaming is, like, such an easy alternative that I can go down, and then I can make proper YouTube content after the fact when it becomes a viable alternative. That's what my thought pattern has been around, like, using my Twitch and YouTube channel together. Maybe that's an insane way of thinking about it, but I don't know, that's how I've been going at it. How close am I to leveling up my thing? Probably not too far off, I'd imagine. Nope. Monk. Ooh, I'm pretty damn close to level 90 actually. Like, really close. I'm gonna be honest, like, when it comes to, like, the sound effects of, like, doing all of this, like, collectible collecting, I normally just end up, like, muting the actual TV and then, going around and actually, you know, putting some podcasts on or some YouTube videos just in the background, you know, let that sort of sink in. Which seems like it would be a pretty good alternative than to, you know, kind of sit down and go insane, like listening to the same sound effects over and over again. Still though, I gotta give credit where it's due, and I know I did this during like one of my earlier streams when I just did nothing but fishing, which was I think like my second stream on Final Fantasy XIV, and that was like looking at how the weather just kept constantly changing, and that was when I was grinding 1,000 fish. Or when I was trying to fish 1,000 times, rather. It's insane to think that I was actually doing that. Am I an insane person? Probably. Probably. For doing that? Maybe. I'm not against saying that I wasn't insane for doing that. So after I've gone to Yulmore, it'll be more Sock from there. Here we go. Collectible appraiser. Alright, now we're gonna teleport to Mord Sock. Where that is. Mord Sook or Mord Sock? Soak? Soak? Mord Soak. You know, you can see the pronunciation going all over the bloody place with this name. I just called it Mord Sock the entire time, if I'm being honest. That seems like the better pronunciation. Quote unquote. Better. Gotta put my phone to charge, otherwise the battery's gonna die before I even finish my stream. I knew I was gonna go long, but I probably should have paid a bit of attention to that. Central Hills of Amber. What's the on and off of? Oh wait, so I'm going to the Great Work from here anyways. The Great Work. Radzahan, nope. There we go. I still need to like figure out where, if the guys at Radzahan can actually trade in my Stones of Aphrodism or whatever it's called, I can't remember. Astronomy, my Astronomy tomestones and Aphrodism tomestones. Is it Aphrodism? Hold on. How do I even pronounce it? Hold up. Aphorism, not Aphrodism. God damn, where'd the D come from? Aphorism. In fact, what the heck is aphorism? In any case, now where are we going to from here? We're going to Onokoro. Onokoro. It's like just the same. What's the word? It's just the same cycle of like going from location to location all over again. I feel like I'm going to be all by myself for quite some time before a party is actually made. I'm just gonna crash here for a bit, and then I know I'm gonna switch to minor, but which? Let's have a look. See, I'm gonna start mining at Zindu after this, or I could go Ondo Cups because I feel like I'm not gonna make Ondo Cups regardless. But then that doesn't mean skipping Zindu would be a good idea. But it's because I'm going to the Great Work that it makes it harder to get to. Trying to plan out my route here, and it's kind of hard. Oh, crap. Wrong one. Wrong mount. Because I do not want that copyright thing to be on my video when it's on the YouTubes. Oh, I forgot to change to minor. There we go. So now if I just go straight down here. Nailed it. Tungsten ore. You cannot go wrong with tungsten ore. Now if I just keep going, like, I don't know how I haven't gone insane trying to do like the same thing over and over again for like who knows how many hours I've spent trying to get collectibles. But it must have been at least a decent chunk of time, at the very least. I suppose when I say fairly decent, we're probably talking in the hundreds now at this point. Either that or I'm imagining things and I am actually slowly going insane, I just don't know it yet. You kind of get into like a habit of it. Tertium is where we're going next. Tertium, so that is in Garlemald. The slow decrepitude, decreping it up because I feel insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again. Nothing really changing, just not that I really expected anything to do so, but you know, better to take it for what it's worth. Are the coils able to be soloed at 90? Hell yeah they are. Dude, they're only level 50. Level 60 content can be soloed at like 90. I think. unless it requires more people for like certain mechanics, which is probably really my only concern. But that's just like a little message that popped up in the chat, in the FC chat. Now we're gonna go to Onokoro again. House of the Fierce still reminds me of House of the Dead no matter what. Now go on that giant rock. Surely I must be like about to reach 91 if not 92%. Still though, I've never been confident about like using a camera while streaming because I want to like, I don't know. Just, I know, I mean, like, is it even possible for me to say that I'm shy? Because even though I am streaming at all, but like, the fact that I'm not really hiding behind a avatar like a VTuber would be, but rather I'm hiding behind no camera whatsoever. Well, I suppose I lied, like, you know, my laptop's got a, it has got a camera on it, I just don't want to use it because I don't want to, like, seem like the weirdo that's just kind of sitting there playing video games, like, failing to, for lack of a better way of putting it, describe what the heck's going on, because I know for a fact I'm not particularly entertaining, but even so, I mean, I'm trying. Not to some greater extent, it's just a thing. In fact, what do people see in streamers? Cause I don't really watch streamers as much, but the thing is that you could like talk and then go on an absolute tangent about just random crap, but I feel like I talk better when like I'm bouncing off of someone, like you know, like when people say stuff in chat. So I suppose that's rarely like that's not really a thing that happens all too often. I mean, when it does, it usually turns out to be a pretty good back and forth for the most part, because then I just, you know, like start kind of putting questions out to people who are watching and all the rest of it. But it's kind of hard when you're like, when you don't have like, you know, someone talking to you. It kind of feels like it's all going into a void of sorts, but then again, like, you kind of expect that to be the case to some extent. I mean, I'm talking to myself at this point, and yet I'm barely able to make sense of what I'm saying myself. I'm clearly not like thinking about what I'm saying, nor am I listening to myself. Actually, that's probably more of a depressing point now that I think about it. It's like, if I'm not listening to myself, then I wonder who would. Ooh, I just barely made that one. Ooh, there's some nice music in the background. Whew. I feel like if it's slow, melodious, like it's got a bit of soul to the music, that's when I'm kind of like, man, I like the sound of that. I'll always end up being like that. It's just got to hit the right way. Does any other element really matter? Probably not, but it's just nice to kind of point out some nice tracks of music in a game. Though I can clearly say that I'm kind of done listening to the background music of this mount, for sure. I mean, I've heard it way too much. That's probably the reason why. I'm on the stinking moon. Ha ha ha. I'm not gonna lie, I am actually pretty tired. It's like 7 p.m. right now, 7:15. Well, I mean, the time is on the top right-hand corner anyways of the screen that I'm streaming. It's later on in the day, so feeling pretty tired. And I mean, hell, like when did I get up this morning? I think like 6 a.m. So I've been awake for like nearly 12 hours now at this point. That would explain why the tired is coming for me. Ooh. But the thing is, I don't want to like rush through the remainder of Endwalker. I want to like, be able to take it in. Though when I say take it in, I suppose I'm not really talking about like the waiting time in between getting from one duty to another. Because after this, the only duties left are going to be all in the final quest, which is literally like the MSQ Endwalker. I might not go for a pee break until later on, I think. I'll just kind of like put my feet up for now and just relax for a bit. But yeah, for anyone in chat who watches a lot of streamers, let me know what you guys think of, like, what do you guys look in like, when you watch streamers, what do you kind of like expect, or, like, what's entertaining to you? Be good to hear, so I can kind of take some of that stuff in and use it myself, because I can only like keep talking to myself only for so long before I realize, man, I sound like an absolute moron right now. What is the worst thing I could say? Though I feel like energy isn't exactly something that's like on the top of the list of things for me. Though I could probably use with some, since I'm like generally not too energetic as a person. So I guess that kind of... Okay, now I'm just critiquing myself and trying to think, that's not working out too well for me, so I wonder like, what could I do instead? I'm sure there's something I can do that'll make things a little bit better, even if it's like lack of any real energy that I bring to the table. Let's see where we're going to here. Okay, next place we're going to is Aporia, which is a new spot that I have not been yet. Aporia, which is in Labyrinthos. That way. Oh crap, it's inside. Oh jeez. Why is it in the shielded bit of all places? Well, I mean, I probably should have seen this coming, but still. Unspoiled vegetation patch. Nice. The level 90 item is this iceberg lettuce. $2.95. Well, about close enough to 300. And now I'm just going to teleport to Yormore so I can hand that in. The item that I literally just collected. Because I do not want to accidentally throw it away. Because that would be taking no small amount of piss. Collectible appraiser, here we go. And iceberg lettuce, there we go. Literally top of the list. 40, 40. We've got about 900. Anyway, character, we're gonna go to become a miner and we're gonna equip ourselves accordingly. Actually no, we're going to Still-Tide. And Still-Tide I am going to need, who would have guessed it, My botanist gear. Now you know that I've like gone out of my comfort zone and I'm just like adding some extra locations in there. That's not part of my like usual rotation of things to do, or places to go rather. And then it's going to be Ondo Cups and then Peering Stones. Ondo Cups. And then Peering Stones immediately after this. And then after that I'll try and like chuck out most of my items. Most of the collectibles I've got. Unless there's any that I can hand in, but I doubt it. I genuinely doubt I have anything. Oof, looks like my FC chat Discord is just absolutely blowing up at the moment. I wondered if like I know that what I'm doing is absolutely insane, but I can't help but think that you kind of need like some sort of like your mind needs to be like, you need to have a lot of patience to be able to grind something for so long, and yet you know, feel like as if it has any sense of worth to what you're doing. Because I feel like I'm not really accomplishing much, but at the same time I'm kind of sitting here being like, well, I'm finding value in the time I'm putting in because it's going to be part of the platinum. Why on earth is this trophy a part of the platinum? Jesus Christ, man. Like, I know they expected us to put a lot of time into this game. I didn't expect this much time, alright? Just saying. Listen to my anguish screams, goddammit. Though it's less of a scream and more just straight up anguish. Maybe being a trophy hunter is actually genuinely unhealthy and I just haven't noticed it yet. I'm yet to go through like the 7 stages of grief? 7 stages of something or other. Where I haven't really come to accept the point that all of this is probably pretty unhealthy. The fact that I'm like going on and on about how bad the collectible trophies are and how like they otherwise mar an excellent trophy list in terms of asking you to do a variety of different things that are genuinely cool and really fun to absolutely no hyperbole. I don't know, this music seems pretty depressing, even though it's bagpipe music. To some extent, it sounds like bagpipes, just not as loud. Any Irish people, I mean Scottish people, please let me know. Why did I say Irish? Sorry. That was my bad. Alright, just gonna get rid of a few more items on the inventory. Is that coconut? Refined coconut. Rare field coconut, sorry, not refined. What am I saying? Ooh, my fingers are dying right now. So this is pretty much what my life as a gamer pretty much means now at this point. This is like a short, just a... God damn it, I'm just gonna keep going. You know? Be damned or otherwise, I am still going. Hey, I am dead on the inside. Nice knowing you. Maybe I should put the TV volume down a little bit. I think it's up a little high. Right. Anyway. Oh, crap. Wrong one. Roselander, there we go. God, the waiting time has become more than half an hour. Jesus. I feel like I'm meeting Zona every which way. Oh, it's been a while since my miner leveled up. Good to see that I'm still getting XP for that class. Because goddamn has it been taking a while. Right then. Next thing we're going to do is go to... the 12 Wonders. In Elpis. And I'm just going to ignore the one that's on the far south of Tamamizu. And instead we're just going to go for the two botany spots. This rare field anite isn't really going to do me much good since I can't really get any purple scripts from this because my minor class isn't 90 yet. It's still sitting at 87 right now, so all things considered, that could have been a hell of a lot worse. Just going to jump into Land Saint Hatchet and we're going to teleport to Tail Feather followed by Lidla Ran. So Tail Feather first. And then Lidla Ran and then I can start throwing my items away again. Also, looks like Lisa's outfit is actually being sold at the moment, so I imagine that's in Mog, in the crap, in the Mog store. But I'll check that out after the fact. Probably be worth looking into. I'm gonna be real though, I didn't think it was gonna take me like half an hour of waiting time before I actually managed to do this trial. I thought I'd at least run into one more person. Though I feel like the waiting times for story related or MSQ related like duties seem to run off longer than expected. In terms of waiting time. Loran is next on the list. Actually, oh, do I want to... Actually, just while I'm like flying, I'll just empty out my inventory. Ooh, we're about to arrive. About here. It's funny about like how people are talking about getting a PS5 and I'm just playing on one right now. As it's being spoken about. I feel like I'm in a weird spot. Right then. This is going to keep going over and over again. My brain is slowly melting. And I am level 69. God damn it. You know, maybe there's a limit to how much I can stomach in terms of actual grinding, because I feel like, I feel like I've done a lot, honestly. At the end of the day, like, there's a lot going on. There is genuinely a lot. But anyway, teleport to the 12 Wonders? No, Point in Oikos. Point in Oikos. Elpis is a really nice place though. I like the lush greenery, but I feel like in terms of like locations, bright forest with like lush greenery I think is only second to beach locations, which I will keep banging on about being like the best places in the game are beach locations. Sort of sunny, able to go into the water, be able to bum around in for a bit, that sort of thing. Maybe I should like rate some of the beaches and out of 10 scale on in some of these games. Since I'm doing a fair amount of botany and that was one of my first few classes to reach a level 90, I kind of wish I was better with plants. I feel like all I do is I look after the plants in the garden a little bit sort of here and there, but never really like... But I can't say for a fact that I'm like an expert on plants or an expert in vegetation in general. I mean, yeah, I could probably look after like a vegetable garden. But sometimes I won't be, but when it comes to like pretty looking flowers, like you can only really tell so many different types of flowers apart. All things considered. Because there's a lot to gardening. And I mean, botany by definition is the study of plants. And, of course, plants then lead to fruit, vegetation, their growth, Maybe not to a cellular degree, because then that would be bio something or other. I can't remember what it's called. Sciencey words. Though I doubt, like, me providing any level of accuracy in terms of like science terms and scientific terms and phenomena. For those of you physicists out there, it's probably not going to do me much good in mentioning. Because physics has always been like the study of like a variety of phenomena, which is, and phenomena by definition is the change or alteration in something, whether it be how fast something is going, so in terms of like speed, whether it be in a straight line, by velocity, or by using acceleration, which is the increase in speed of a thing that is already moving, deceleration, friction, these are all different types of phenomena. And then say if you want to talk, talk about waves, so like radio waves, microwaves, and just being able to understand not just the waves themselves, but the electrical, the properties of electromagnetic current and things like that. And then I suppose then that kind of goes into electrical engineering and things like that. The world is made up of a lot of things. I'll definitely put that in there. The world is made up of a lot of things. Halagana. There we go. I'll be honest, I didn't think I was going to describe what phenomena meant from the perspective of a physicist. Oof, I'm not going to make it. Ah, curses. Alright, 2 Yule more, so I can hand in the item that I don't want to throw away. And now I'll go to Mord Sok from there. Before there weren't mini locations that I could go to. Now I've got 2 mini locations and I'm trying to like manage my time better, only to realize that my time management skills are getting worse and worse with this, which is absolutely hilarious in equal capacity. Which way am I going? I should go reverse because Mord Sok is actually closer to the bottom. Here we go. God damn, just look at the moon. Doesn't that thing look pretty? I don't even know what that accent was that I tried to do. Bugger if I know though. That doesn't technically count as like a southern accent in the US, does it? From the US. Maybe I should watch some like FF14 streams just to kind of understand like what people kind of watch these streams for. Plus, like, I'm not going to be playing FF14 for much longer before I take a break, so there is that as well. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it, but the next game I'm thinking of jumping into is going to be Resident Evil 0. That's what I'm thinking, but it could be something different, like, the original Destiny or something like that. But then again, I feel like the last thing that I want to do is play another game that's incredibly time consuming, and that then I just kind of can't, play through other games. And plus, like, soon I'm going to have to take leave from work, and during that period of time, which I'm thinking is going to be a long ass amount of time, about 6 weeks, I'm thinking of playing through, like, every every crap. What's it called? What's it called? Oh, not every, but as many Lego PS3 games as I can, and I've got a lot of them as well. You know, this is like the worry about having so many games, is you've got so many options on how you want to go about playing, you know, as many games as you have, because I can already tell you it's going to be impossible for me to go through and play every game that I've got to the level of completion that I would prefer, which is to hit the platinum on games. And I mean, platinums can be as short as a few hours, hell, even half an hour, if you're looking at a game like My Name is Mayo or something like that. And then can be as long as a Final Fantasy XIV, i.e. taking about 700 hours. Like, I still remember putting in 780 hours into freaking White Knight Chronicles, which is another game that I did stream earlier. Did I stream it? Yes, I did stream it on Twitch, but then I exported the video to YouTube, whereas right now I'm like streaming on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. And I suppose YouTube, it's more for storage purposes, but at the same time it's also kind of like, you know, why not go to where people are rather than get people to come to you? But then again, nobody knows that I exist, again, in terms of like trying to stream, so also don't know what that's all about. Less focused in terms of what I'm actually doing and like more sort of out there. I think streaming just purely exists for like those clippable moments at the end of the day. That's kind of sad. Cause I need to do some more clips of myself. But what do I make clips of exactly? God damn, have I already been waiting an hour to do the Mother Crystal? I kind of figured everything was going to be pretty cutscene heavy anyways. Oh, whoops. Wait, what am I doing? Botany. Ah, crap, wrong one. Hell nah, I ain't letting the music get in my way. Getting me all copywritten and stuff. I wonder how close I am to actually getting that sweet 8,000 collectible count. Oh damn, I'm about 500 away. So I think I'm about to hit like 94%, I think. Yeah, I'm at 93, about to hit 94. The question is, will I actually be able to finish this storyline in this stream? Or, like, am I going to be finishing, like, this tedious achievement in the stream instead? But the thing is, I feel like I've lost if it's like the collectibles that I finish in the stream, because it just shows how long I've been having to wait to kind of get through some of these duties. I forgot, but it's like Friday morning for some people in the US right now, and for me it's like freaking Friday night. I'm having some Friday night fever right here. Come to think of it, yeah, it's like 7 p.m. though. About to be 8. Next place we're going to is Onokoro. All right, to the east. Yep. I wonder, there must be like a lot of big streamers up at the moment. Okay, so unspoiled tree. Okay, so after Onokoro, I'm gonna go to Tail Feather and then Fort Joel. So I'm gonna pick the mining roll, Tail Feather. Hey Death Hollow, how goes walking to the inn? Not great at the moment, to be completely honest. I think I might actually be better off just doing this through, I spent way too much time waiting for a party to do Mother Crystal. Might just... Hold on, where's my equipment? Here we go. Then... I feel like I'm not even slowly walking, but rather I'm crawling to the end. Trying to. Is it trust? It wasn't trust that I was looking for, was it? Was it duty support? Mother Crystal. Item levels think at 550. Yeah, that'll do. Playing with people is more fun, but I think I've waited long enough for other people to join my party. So, let's hop to it. with an NPC party for obvious reasons, and it was doable, but kind of rough. Isn't it because NPCs usually do a lot less damage? That's kind of why, like, attacks are a lot, or rather, like, the NPCs do a lot less damage, and so it just becomes a lot longer. Both trials and dungeons. Like, I've only ever done dungeons with an NPC party maybe once, if not twice max. No one is really doing this, to be honest.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Maybe I should have used my Reaper class, but then again my monk is like pretty like close to hitting 90 right now.
A change of heart. May the test continue.
After a set point, it feels like it's weird to not use them because of the unique dialogue and stuff. I would imagine so. I mean, it does feel weird to use NPC parties at all, to be honest, because at the end of the day, like, you're missing, like, it's not as fun, and you feel like you're missing something. That was immediately the most obvious thing that I think hit me personally when I did try using an NPC party. And I think we might have talked about this before. Might have been you, Death Hollow, or someone else on a previous like stream. But also, it feels weird because I'm the one person who shouldn't die in an NPC party, because if I'm gone, then then it kind of resets to the beginning, if I remember right. Ooh, I really should be paying attention to what's going on right now. Whose side should I... Oh, I should actually be on Estinian and Gra's side, because they're physical attackers, specifically Estinian, and then I can just run away whenever he does. So I'm pretty much following Estinian's lead here. Wait, what? Am I down? Will to live. I just got hit with... I lost the will to live. What the heck is that? I mean, down for the count is one thing, but losing the will to live is very much something else altogether. That was pretty funny.
Crystals of light, to me.
The elements are in perfect alignment.
Heal.
Maybe I should detect the same crystals that everyone else is.
The sorrow and hope's demise.
Oh god damn it, man, you were about to die. And of course she has the elemental crystals. Yeah, of course, like that what's it called? Like, that was pretty much like the whole story behind them. Oh, that was the whole main storyline, which was bringing the light back to the crystals, and that was kind of Heidelin's main source of power, I'd imagine. I kind of can't remember. And then you... If you... I've never known. What does it actually mean? Oh, jeez, am I... Is it explained by this fight in some way? I can't help but think that that might actually be the case. Oh, their conviction is almost filled up.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Heal, fear, think. I probably don't have the foggiest on like what it actually means.
When you are resolved,
Now that I think about it, she just hit it all. All right.
justice far from over.
Shows how little I'm paying attention right now to the game. I feel like also because I'm not playing with like other people, I feel like paying attention doesn't feel as important. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too hard on Oh, did I just lose the will to live again?
Refulgence eternal.
God damn it, I got wiped. Something like here, the song of the coming end. Feel your way through the darkest times. Think of a way to postpone the end. That is
You the strength
pretty
of will
vague
to
for the
man's
most
fate.
part. But then to think that like, you know, everyone's kind of like, that the story was thought of, or the phrase hear, feel, think was thought of so early on in the game when it's one of the first things that you hear, and then like, is more or less given meaning up until the very end. I mean, there's a lot of thought that's really put into this game, and it's wild. It's insane to think that like many of the stuff that the game kind of very well connects every single point from beginning up until the very end. And I mean, if you just play through MSQ alone, you know, you're usually looking at 100 hours of game time. For every single hour, moment, minute, for it to kind of all relate. I can't help but just kind of be like really impressed by like how everything is kind of, you know, stuck together. Retroactively give it meaning. That's true. I suppose that is also a thing that I just never really considered. Is that like, yeah, sure, they would have retroactively given it more meaning. I wonder like how I do want to like know what the thought process of like the writers would have honestly been. Oh god damn it, I've lost the will to live. I love how they call it will to live.
My blade. Crystals of light. To me.
Okay, now the crystals of light.
The soul of creation's end. The sorrow of hope's demise.
Feel the sorrow at hope's demise.
Think.
Think.
Find your way in the darkness.
But it makes me wonder, like, how the hell are we going to reach Meteon and blow it a bit? And is she truly the main bad? Or the big bad, rather? Because I have goddamn questions. And I feel like we're about to find out after we've, you know, fought. God damn it, is he Estinian as cotton burgers? Obviously if he like dashes around like an absolute nincompoop he's gonna get.
Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Okay, so around this point is when I got white.
When you are resolved. This test is far from over. My crystal light.
Hold still.
Being a trial and all, like, she's got insane amounts of health.
We're near or far.
Okay. I feel like that attack is purely exists to wipe. Oh god damn. What is with the range of that attack? Whew. Absolutely nuts that was. Although there are like obviously tougher fights, but this is MSQ we're talking about. Ooh, no, I got hit. I got hit. Wait, did I just get wiped? God damn, what the heck just happened? Ooh, this is definitely a pain.
Will to alter man's fate.
I'm definitely definitely the letdown of the team right now. Maybe it would have been good if I just played as
A change of arms. May the test continue.
like a Reaper or something. But then my eye level would be limited to 450 anyways, or 550 or whatever.
We're near or far. And now this.
Understanding what the NPCs are doing is going to be really important for sure. Because I don't think I've never done a trial with NPCs only, and this is not the most ideal way of playing the game, to be honest. Even if you could play through like every trial, every dungeon with NPCs only, I can't imagine that that would be a particularly enjoyable way of going at it. What class is Graha anyways?
We're near or far.
he's paladin. Okay. So when does she summon the crystal? We shouldn't be too far off now.
By blade!
Not too far off at all.
Crystals of light, to me.
Oh, so I can survive instant death about 4 times. Or I can, like, survive death 4 times rather.
The song of creation's end.
Okay, next crystal. So that was the fire crystal. I imagine this is the earth crystal.
Demise.
This one has gotta be water.
Find your way in the darkness.
But then what would the other ones be then? Like, there seems to be like a lighter shade of blue, because green, that would be wind. Didn't we just have green before, or was that no yellow? Which is earth. Water, earth, fire, wind. What would purple be?
Or fly, my children, and never.
Nope, that did not happen, okay. Or maybe it did. Oof, Graha just like completely blocked us. Make it rain seasonal event. Ooh. I mean, it is rain season in Japan now, I think at this point. Beginning of June and all the rest of it. I need to recover health, like ASAP. Thank goodness I've got second wind to kind of get my energy back up. Because I could have sworn that, like, it's... Okay. So I can survive death 4 times. So pretty much I ended up dying because it was pretty much all my fault. Oh, damn it.
Light I'm yielding.
Oh, still alive, still alive. Thank bloody goodness. Holy crap, that was way too close.
Refulgence eternal.
This will hurt.
Ooh, thank goodness we've got healers. Okay. She's got less than half her health left. Situation's not looking too terribly great, nor too bad rather. Oh. The will to live, transcendent. Okay. So that was my first stuff up. My first genuine stuff up this time. pretty much using a life system is interesting, I guess. It's a very different way of handling things than how I would have expected, but that's just me, crazy person talking here. Probably not full of as many ideas. Okay, cool. So now everyone is at least like huddling together this time compared to before. Prognosis. I'm not much of a healer, but I'm pretty sure like prognosis is like one of the best effects in terms of group healing there is. As long as everyone is vaguely within the same realm of each other. Man, Heidelin is straight up out for blood right now. She is going absolutely hard. I feel like this is the one fight that I pretty much kind of had no choice but to do via NPC. Still though, I've got a decent amount of health though, all things considered. Oh wait, was my health actually that low that I couldn't survive that attack? God damn, really? Come on, Heidelin's health is super low right now. We can probably do this. Ooh, that was rough.
At last.
Death Hollow, you were absolutely right. That was right. Alright, time to leave. That was long. Wow. That took a while.
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, it was a true test of your prowess.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having
Was that
seen
her intention?
mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat.
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for it.
Well, it's turned out to be at least long enough for us to be able to find him on the moon.
Now I entrust the fate of the universe This crystal contain. Deliver it unto the Loporets.
Oh, so that's how we're gonna get to her. The Loporets are gonna take us to her. Obviously, like the moon being created and all that.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between travelling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteon, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Yep, unfortunately, we can't really interact with dinos all that much.
To make such a journey would require an astronomical but a solution lieth close at hand.
Solution? The Mother Crystal.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
Huh.
They who have answered my call while I have remained hidden, it hath become the
Well, I mean, she has been like the core of the entire planet for the longest, well, for as long as time immemorial, really. Ether has been gathering for hundreds and hundreds of years,
Alas,
crystallizing in the core of the planet itself.
Now, darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other.
Hey, too much light nearly destroyed an entire world, just saying.
I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for though I knew failure after failure. By recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned.
I feel like I took the moniker of adventurer as much as I could in the story.
Unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze. As a mark of my gratitude. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azon, yes?
Oh yeah, the crystal of Azim we had in our pocket this whole time.
I reside over the forces of stasis.
Stabilize
I will
existence
weave
itself.
the self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless, as thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea. Souls are drawn to thee. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer.
Really? Well, obviously she'd know Azim because she previously was Azim.
With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
But the thing is that she was the one who gave us the light.
After I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
It's been a long road. So very long. While Heidelin might not be anymore, the Mother Crystal very much is still there. God, how's Fortuno going to now react, given what's happened? How do we even begin to explain what happened? And off goes the explanation. It really is. It really is emotional. That, like, because she's been with us since the very beginning, and it's been such a long road. Has rocket fuel. God damn it, that really is what it is. This Some could say that this whole story has really just been rocket science. One way or another. One way or another. And it's funny because I thought there would be like a lot more depth to everything, but I guess things aren't as deep as, you know, you'd assume them to be. Where, you know, what the Mother Crystal is, where it is, you know, who Heidelin is, her existence and everything, how she was created. I mean, it's all got to fit in somehow. And then when things start to be put together and actually make sense, that's when you're kind of like, huh, well, it's not as deep as I imagined, but then again, you know, I feel like eventually when things are explained, it doesn't feel as... What's the word? It doesn't feel as, God, cat's really got my tongue on this one. It doesn't feel as out there? But it truly does feel like the end is nigh. Baldessianics. This is sort of the afterlife, which in... Yeah, I'm following you. I'm definitely following you. It's logical, but not quite what you'd expect, yeah. It's just hard to process. You did the Omega raids, right? Yes, I did do the Omega raids. I actually did all of the raids. I'm just yet to do the Eden Savage, but I've done, like, yeah, all of those. Wait, hold on. Let me double check. I'll do it after this. But, you know, like I did Omega, Eden, Alexander, the weapons, the spiritual animals in the Ruby Sea. I can't remember what it was called. It had to do with like Hell's Lid and stuff. Did that as well. Because I pretty much tried to do as much side content as I could in preparation for Endwalker. So I feel like it's all gonna start bringing. I think
some time, indeed. Yes.
Is that Emmett Selleck?
At least.
No, wait, that's...
Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But
That sounds like Emmett. Or am I mishearing? Hold on, let me put the TV volume up a bit.
well, you too.
Yeah, I wouldn't mistake his voice anyway. That's him.
Watch and wonder.
After doing the Omega raids and seeing, like, you know, Alpha and all of those guys from
We first
Ironworks,
see the end.
Godlong, Ironworks coming in. The narrator for this entire expansion has been Emmett Selleck. That's wild to think about. Actually, I didn't really notice that until you brought it up just now. That is... That's insane. I think it's, yeah, obviously because after we beat Emmett Selleck, aka Hades, he kind of is like gone back into the ether, and when Ancients returned to the ether, that's when he kind of got his memories back that he had lost after the beam, during the stuff that happened at Elpis. So it all makes sense at the end of the day. But I'm just looking at New Game Plus here. So that's all the MSQ stuff, and then we've got the Binding Coils, Alexander, Omega, Edith. So those are all done. Crystal Tower, Shadow of Mark, Ivolus. And then obviously, like, I have done all of the Alliance raids for the Nia stuff, but I digress. Warring Triads, actually no, Four Lords was the one I was thinking of. Sorrow of Werlit. But the Sorrow of Werlit, in my opinion, is like the best raid series because I feel like I genuinely almost started crying at the end. Also, I still have yet to do the Hildebrand stuff, but... yeah, it's all been really fun stuff, honestly. It's been wild. Oh, so we now know where Meteon is. Where are we at? The Rostra, so we'll teleport to the Rostra. Oh. Here we go. I feel like Emmett Selleck's voice has become more noticeable after the stuff that happened in Elpis. But it all makes sense now. Why he is the narrator, because he knows everything that's happening, because he finally got his memory back after his defeat, and it's wild. Hades, Hermes, all names of Greek gods? I'm trying to remember if it's not Greek or Roman. The Edge of Creation. That's a hell of a name, you know, for a location. A variable Ultima Thule. Ultima Thule. From what I'm aware, Ultima Thule is the only location in the entire game I have not yet been to. The moon is capable of delivering you to... okay. Into a hyper hopper into your ether burner. Hyper hopper? What exactly are these bunnies making exactly? Where's the quest list shown online? Yep, so the plan was of Heidelind's own making, but at the same time, it's not like she knew everything that was going to happen. And that's why we have chosen to bet in you. It's funny, like how the will of Heidelin, I feel like, kind of changes everything, because that's exactly why everyone is doing what they're doing, whether it be the Loporits or the crap. What are these law called again? The Forum, or the Forum. Until you brought us here, right? So it looks like the Loporits have really taken a liking to Aetherius. Oh, and everyone just looks at us and they're like, yep, we kind of have to go through with this, you know? We've already put our foot down, let's go. The very adventurer-like response. Well, we're here now, so might as well keep going, you know? The Hyper Hopper. I'm very curious to see what it looks like. Rest and prepare. That sounds about right. I feel like we've been through a lot as it is. Where's Alphino? He's just outside. And there's a lot of stairs. How do I even begin to? Whatever. I'll just go around. I feel like I was gonna do that anyways. Well, I mean, there's one savage going on, but E8S has been doing my head in anyways, because I can't seem to resolve Light Rampart. But even then, I still let the entire team down by just being an absolute twat and getting damage down debuff more often than not. I feel like this can't truly be like the absolute end. You know, the sort of the point of no return, rather. I don't think I have any sort of thoughts that could really be concise enough to really like talk about FF14, because it's so long, so huge, and there's so much stuff going on. Thereby, like that alone just makes it very hard to kind of come up with anything on point or concise to talk about when it comes to this game. I feel like you could go on for hours just talking about all the variety of content. And yet, even now, Tataru is probably just going to end up seeing us off again. Now, what would Tataru need us for at the annex? Most likely Kryl already knows, The two of them are pretty buddy-buddy, to be honest. To Agora. Where was Agora again? I feel like I should know. Ah, it's near the bell, okay. Near the summoner bell. Wow, my energy is coming out of me pretty damn hard right now. Probably not ideal to wake up at like 6 in the morning when you're like gonna go probably close to midnight. Assuming things are as they are. Korea. Wait, what? Set up shop here in Charlotte. So what exactly is it that these guys sell now? Oh, ceiling. Wait for Tatara's boutique to open. I'm very interested. What is this going to be? Oh, it's, what's his face? Varshan, yeah. Delivering the dragon scales to the engineers. I suppose learning is all really an important thing before going back. And plus, I mean, I don't think they've got much of a place to go back to. At least not yet until the final days can be, to whatever extent, averted. Or lack thereof, at least. Okay, that third answer's a little, well, lacking in the confidence area, if you know what I mean. I feel like a little somber, but a little hope as well. That's what the first option kind of felt like. There is gravity. It, I think, gives some gravity to the situation, but also kind of, you know, gives us a two-way streak of like, yeah, we could talk about something still depressing, or we could look at the brighter side of like what could be. I wonder what the next expansion could honestly be like. I'd be very interested to see, you know, where the story's going to go. Oh, who's that? Who that? Flavorless Wasteland. Little brother of, what's his face? Ah, right. Boutique obviously means, you know, tailor and all that sort of things. More for clothes rather than food, but anyway. Doubt that he's got any good, Well, Charlian food was never known to be good. That was definitely made obvious when we first arrived here. Oh no, I wonder how Honored is doing. We haven't seen him since, like, Heaven's Ward. At least from what I can remember. Could be wrong about that. Sharlayan food is pragmatic. Pretty much. That's pretty much it. Plus, I think as far as, like, food goes, Archon loaf seems to be, like, the more highly regarded thing. And then Last Stand is, like, the blandest stuff you could probably consume. But then again, when it comes to people in Sharlayan, they're more about the pursuit of knowledge, you know, like, people who have got their doctorates a really long time ago, etc. And less about actual, like, professional chefs, mind you. Oh, Hancock. What's he doing here? Actually, you know what? I already know what he's doing here, but rather than not at the store. Ah, right. So he's trying to, you know, build more trade routes and things like that for the East something or other trading company. I think he's being a little bit too panicky. Rid of the Ark. Yeah, all of that's still going on. How do I feel about the Loporits? Honestly, very adorable. Yeah, they might not have had the sharpest minds in the shed. But in saying that, I mean they're adorable. And that alone is enough for me to be like, whatever misgivings I may have had about them, completely like just water under the bridge. Also, they did try to attack us as well and, you know, force us to remain within the confines of the moon in an attempt to, you know, stop us from interfering with the plan in any way. So that was also a thing. Not to say that was a bad thing. Again, they were absolutely adorable. So again, can absolutely overlook that. They just look so goddamn fluffy. 100% agree. Love those little guys. It was super weird when they thought they could kill me. I mean, they did go pretty hard on attempting to kill us. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm just thinking right now of the fluffiness of ear to cheek ratio on a Loporet. And how different that would be based off of an actual IRL rabbit. Because I think my auntie used to have a pet rabbit. Though he had really floppy ears and ended up calling him Floppy. Naming pets was definitely not on their high on their to-do list, mind you. If there was ever if there was a Loporet minion, I don't think I would go to it immediately because I've got a little wind-up Nanuma walking around and she kind of climbs up your shoulder every now and again. And so that's absolutely adorable as well. I don't know how to feel about that. Behold the arcane art. Haven't seen that since ancient Alec. Do you know what a gun is? Oh god, that's hilarious. It's so true though. The way machinists work in ancient Alec tech. Oh, it's rabbit season. God damn. That's a bit much for Loporits though, isn't it? Oh. God. Again, so very, very adorable. I feel like I can't stop saying how adorable these things are. And yet, the ability to talk in an understandable language as well, specifically in like a British English accent, something else. When I played, I literally made a joke about them trying to kill us before it happened. I feel like that the timing on a joke like that would have been absolutely legendary. I can't help but think that that would have been absolutely brilliant. That would have been hilarious. I thought we did meet her at some point. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but we were helping people out at the Palika stand before. Taking people in from foreign lands who pretty much have like their lives literally flipped, turned upside down after, you know, near destruction from the skies and all the rest of it, but still trucking along. It's still hard to believe that didn't happen too long ago in Garlemald and Thavnir. The literal like destruction of the world with like meteors raining from the sky and all the rest of it. One thing that I haven't seen a lot of that I know I would probably never have wanted to see again is Tatari sad and crying. That happened at the end of A Realm Reborn, and honestly, like, she's kind of been with us through thick and thin since the very beginning. Oh, drop specific gear. Weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however all items stand subject to level sync. Huh. Gear can be dyed. Ah, interesting, okay. Yeah, the blasphemy situation is such a massive problem. It's kind of nuts that it's been contained so well. That's... yeah, I don't think they ever really explained, like, how it was, being contained. I feel like it's just... I feel like some level of contrivance is there, but then again, I mean, I kind of don't expect everything to be that well explained, but, you know, when something isn't particularly well explained and everything else just tends to be, it does feel a little out of place. But then that's just me, crazy person talking here. People turning into monsters after panicking, like, the very concept of the blasphemy situation was really well put together by being like, okay, it's caused by people being, like, very, very scared, fear, negative emotion, to the umpteenth degree, but the fact that monsters are still parading around and like I would imagine that there's still a lot of monsters around, and everyone is still how do I even begin to it just seems like it is being contained a little bit too well.
Your business with Tataru's?
As far as I know, yeah, as far as I'm aware, as of right now, it's still ongoing.
Oh,
Yeah, it's still ongoing. Jesus Christ.
Whatever would we do without her?
It seems so weird that we're just like, you know, sitting at last stand having a few drinks, and meanwhile in Thavnir and I mean, like, is there still anyone at the Great Work at Radzet Han? Like, who knows, you know?
Indeed.
And what of
She's
Garlemald?
right. It hasn't been all doom.
Well, then again, not a lot of people are going to be at Garlemald anyway now, given those who were wanting to stay and those in the
Feels
train
like a
station-ish
lifetime ago
area.
that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing.
Couple last drinks before the end of the world. Yeah, of course. If I'm gonna go down, I'd rather go down
The more I find my knowledge lacking.
when I'm less aware of my surroundings. Ideally, yes.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world.
That doesn't sound too ominous. If I'm gonna go down, rather than kicking and screaming, I'd rather go down without any awareness of my surroundings. That's one way to go.
Every encounter, every experience had served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Catch the next stream because the final area of this game is so good. I've been wanting to try and like finish this during the stream, but there's like so much going on that I know there's not a lot of quests left, but I feel like there's gonna be so much like cutscene before we even reach the point to the final few areas. Oh, what kind of? I feel like I want to go snarky. I feel like that's kind of the way to go with it being so much the end. It's going to take a bit, absolutely. Like I want to go pretty hard on the whole like story content.
Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gun blade yesterday.
God, it's good to have a few snarky, remarks in there every now and again.
Gods, I really have changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust is settled.
Because I think in the meantime, I think what I'll do is I'm not going to end up finishing the story today as much as I was kind of hoping I would. The final stretch is a lot. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is after this kind of like chat, I'll end the stream and then I'll try and finish it in the next one. And then during that time, I'll do stuff like Living Off the Land 4 and Thrill Seeker 4 and all of these other Chivos that I've got on the side to work on. Well, whatever I can do at least. When is the next stream? I've only got like, what, 3 hours left of today? It's probably gonna be...
The primals and Asians all but dealt with. I suppose
When
we'll
would
need
it
to
be?
look for new hobbies.
It's definitely gonna be tomorrow because it's like, what, almost 9 p.m. for me right now. 9 p.m. on Friday.
Rising to overcome a common foe. The disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward.
I'll say tomorrow at 12 p.m.
Gratifying sounds.
12 p.m. Hold on, does that sound right? Yes, it does. So it'll be like 12 plus 3, 15 hours from now. I might not make it, but... No, hopefully you can.
Indeed.
I bet the timing is going to be incredibly awkward, but being way ahead in, like,
Fundamental change.
time-wise compared to most countries is kind of a pain.
With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope.
I've got to do a
And
P4
I
stream
dare
tomorrow
say
and
it
then
is
tend to
time to
those.
bow out.
Those tend to run pretty long. Oh yeah, no, I understand
After
that.
all,
P4 is
There is no
pretty long. When I played through it on my Vita, I think I
Yeah,
put in about
never really considered I
120
might live
hours.
long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end,
And that was like 2 playthroughs. Playthrough 1 took me 70 hours, playthrough 2 took me 50.
Going wherever the wind blows.
That was a good time though. It did feel sad when I got the true ending, and then the music of the credits changed.
I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world.
Ooh, 5-ish hour weekly streams. Oof, that's
If thou art amenable to the
If you're playing
suggestion,
completely on stream, then
mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
yeah, that's going to take a while. Weekly.
Aye. Well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
I feel like I don't really like play games only on stream. Like I also like play them kind of off stream as well for a bit here and there.
Why, continue my quest for knowledge naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to... 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
God damn, these conversations are pretty damn deep. Being like, ooh, what are we gonna do after the end of the world? You know, like.
Should my pursuits prove
it's wild.
unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou
What will we do after it's all over? That's a question right there.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast?
Hit a weird point where there's some games do. Okay. On that point, Death Hollow, like, I'm the kind of very strange yet weird person who won't stop playing a game until I've completed it. Once I start playing it, I'm pretty much not backing away until I've either gotten to a certain point where I'm happy or I've completed it in its entirety to some level of completion. That's why for the past 3 months... 3 months? I've literally been playing Final Fantasy XIV for like the past 3 months, accumulating at least however many hours, 700-ish hours?
to our comrades?
Hold on, I am genuinely curious as to just how many hours I put in. Shoot. Profile. 429, 350. 429 plus 350, that's about 779, nearly 800 hours. That is a lot.
Future of the star.
Somehow I definitely watch a slice of life with all of these sort of, with all of these characters. Just watching this sort of, back and forth seems kind of nice. Well, not kind of nice, it does seem nice. It feels nice to just kind of sit there and, watch it all. Alphino and Elze. Alright, where are these two? To the left and to the right. Where are we going first? But yeah, my stopping point for FF14 as of right now is finishing any story content that's currently available. So Newfound Adventure is going to be the last of it at least for me to take a short break, and then I'll of course come back for more content. But at the same time, you know, there being other games that I of course want to play. Otherwise my backlog will get way too big.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by... All is well, I assure. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
I don't think I've ever seen Estinian without, you know, armor on, besides when he was, you know, kind of knocked out.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, and I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
I know there are new patch quests out, but I'm personally, like, I don't want to do them until around the new expansion launches. Oh, because you can then do the actual content patches in chunks, rather. I suppose the only reason why I put that as, like, my ending point now is because that's how much is currently available. Rather than waiting for, like, the new expansion, because I only just started playing, like, end of Feb 26 or 27, so... I suppose it's more of a new thing for me, really. But I might actually take that on board, really.
More agreeable drink.
That's not a bad idea at all.
The thought of fleeing crossed my mind. But what then? I'd never hear the end of it. Least of all from Tataru.
Thoughts on Endwalker so far? I'm very much enjoying it. It definitely feels like there is...
I'm sorry. It was not my intent to cause you such distress.
What's the word? It feels like we're actually getting some level of finality from events since past. Because I feel like A Realm Reborn felt like a prologue. And then we kind of move forward from there. And then like the first actually massive event that kind of really felt huge was the end of A Realm Reborn. And then the bits and pieces in between that and Heaven's Ward. Heaven's Ward felt like a genuinely like brand new game altogether, and so on and so forth. And so like Endwalker feels like... My thoughts on Endwalker. Okay. Endwalker feels like that there's some genuine feeling of end. The stakes have raised ever so slightly as time has gone on. And now for it to encompass the entire now known universe, the edge of creation, it feels like there's some level of finality, some level of this is as big as the stakes are gonna get. And so moving forward, like how on earth are they gonna build upon that? What are the next expansions going to be like? Are they going to now add in more sci-fi elements into FF14? So thinking about it, like, I feel like I was pretty whatever until the end. Heaven's Ward was pretty great. Stormblood was alright. Consistently fantastic, yeah. Yes. I think you've pretty much summed it up perfectly, Death. It has to be. Because how are you going to one-up the destruction of the universe? The destruction of two universes? It's like what... It's like what... what's it called? It's what Saints Row did. Whereby... You got Saints Row 1, Saints Row 2, get bigger place, new area, still water. Then you've got Saints Row 3, where we start adding wacky bits and pieces to it. And then Saints Row 4, where you're like President of the United States fighting an alien invasion and in the Matrix. I'm thinking it has to be something like we're going over to other worlds and seeing what other shards are like. That is true. There are still a total of 7 shards, the first not being the only one. That is true. Going to other shards may very well be a thing. But we don't have any way of being able to get to those shards. So there is a lot of to and fro. But then...
Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later.
It's worth keeping in mind that the destruction of the source would result in the destruction of not just our world and the universe, but all of the shards. And I feel like we've been through so many different types of places. How do you begin to continue adding variety to those newer locations?
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do.
I feel like Endwalker did add a few things, like with certain events you're able to kind of like walk around with someone next to you as you go from place to place. Sightseeing, triple triads being a bigger thing.
Family is family.
Like I feel like that's where the cleverness of the devs are going to be really shining if they can add something new and different. Like they added ocean fishing, hunts, to Endwalker. I feel like the designers, the director, I feel like they're all really skilled enough to be able to come together and actually be able to add more content than what we've already seen. I feel like at this point, rather than creating something new, they're going to grab things from other games that really make sense in terms of locations, some stuff that they may not have thought of. Taking inspiration is one thing, making it your own is another. Xenos. He's taken a hell of a backseat to everything that's happened up until now. One thing I'm happy about is that the people of Garlemald now know what he is like.
I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up.
And I don't want to say too much about Xenos because I want to see Endwalker through to its end, because I feel like Xenos is going to be this underlying threat throughout. He's continually getting stronger as time goes on. And I feel like he's going to have a much, much bigger part to play later on. Who or what that is, I'm not sure. But it could be something that we very much least expect. I suppose I'm putting a little bit too much thought into someone who I feel like...
From the bottom of my heart.
God damn, Alphino, that's deep, man. That's deep.
Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks.
Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever
God, this is a moment right here. I feel like that was the first option I felt like was the best one.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
But yeah, going back to what you mentioned, Death, about the fact that he's kind of no longer a threat, I feel like he's forever going to remain an underlying threat. Because you need to have some sort of big bad. And the thing is that Xenos has been around since, like, what? Stormblood. So you've got Stormblood, you've got Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, but his actual involvement has been very much minimal, and I feel like Ascians have always been around. Like the fact that Fandaniel, where did he come from? He's just kind of been around, skulking in the shadows. And so I feel if you're gonna make a game that lasts as long as FF14 has, which has been for over 10 years now at this point, there's gonna be some level of contrivance in the story, and the last thing that you want is to have contrivance upon contrivance. That's not gonna be ideal in any sense of the word, if I'm being completely honest.
Oh yeah, don't worry, Fandaniel's gone. You took him out with Zodiac and killed his soul on the way to the Mother Crystal.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, I kind of couldn't help but think that his, the fact that he was around, was a bit of a contrivance in and of itself, rather that we kind of figured that there was only going to be, like, you know, three main Ascians we would have to deal with, namely Emmett Selig, La Brea, and can't remember his other name, the other dude. Well, not name, but rather his seat. I don't want to like mistake the seat and like. But then that does also make me wonder, what about the other seats? Elidibus, yes, Elidibus. And of course, Elidibus had also the white cloak like Venant. So it's fair to think that Venant also had a similar task to that of the seat of Elidibus when she was in as crap. What was the seat that Venant was in when she was one of the 14? Like it literally was mentioned earlier on, and now I've just completely forgotten. Curses. I should know this. This is how bad my memory is. Not gonna lie. I don't have any key items, so it won't tell me, but yeah, it was a short name. It was like 4 or 5 letters long. Azim. Yes, Azim was the seat that she held before she stepped down and someone else stood. I think that's what she took up. Yeah. So yeah, it was the seat of Azim. Yes, that is correct. Yes. So she took up the seat of Azim and she journeyed a lot. Then she stepped down and someone else took the seat of Azim. Before your Ascian took over. Yeah, exactly. So, the fact that we can talk about all of this and it still makes sense despite how much is going on, at least goes to show just how good the writing is, or not how good, but rather how everything comes together very nicely. I feel like even though how far apart much of the story has probably been thought up or, conceived. How clear all of this has been made. Exactly. It's a testament to how good am I trying to say how good the writing is or how well done everything has been written? Maybe it is really a bit of both. It's complicated, but you can make sense of it pretty easily. Yeah, exactly. That is an excellent way of putting it. It's complicated, but you can still make sense of it pretty easily. Given that you've been paying attention, of course, or your memory hasn't played too many tricks on you. But you can vaguely put the puzzle pieces together. And... Graha, literally. God, poor guy must be dead, though, given what's going on.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things
you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry.
I've always wanted to think what it would feel like to pinch Kryle's cheeks. Strange thing to say, I know,
Not only
but
for your safety, but
100 plus years of study, 24/7 will fuck up your sleep cycle pretty hard.
after
Yeah,
everything
absolutely.
you've sacrificed,
Of course, are you kidding me?
1,000 times over.
God, the crystal tower stuff, him being an Exarch in the first, like, there's so much wild stuff. I, didn't really think about it until now, but yeah.
From the simple
That is
pleasures
another,
of
again,
tucking
excellent,
into a hearty
excellent
meal
point.
or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world.
One thing that I think I've come to realize, especially about Endwalker, is that this game has multiple time travel plots and all of them just fall perfectly into place. Yeah, exactly. That is, again, I can't speak to just how true that is, because it's funny. Now that I think about Endwalker, it feels like a celebration of everything that has come before it. All of the references, all of the characters, all of the plots, everything.
So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear.
And I feel like it is the end game to Marvel's like the MCU.
So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness.
Maybe a better gaming analogy would be that Endwalker is the Metal Gear Solid 4 for the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV, because in my mind, Endwalker isn't the best. If the next expansion rotated out the cast, it would be 100% fair to do this. Yeah, what I'm thinking is they completely cut it off here with this lot. We, the main character, move forward, of course, but then we meet a new lot of characters. Maybe some side characters, like maybe Nero might be, journeying with us. Maybe we'll also have Gaius there. Maybe the one survivor from Wurlit. I forgot what her name was, but she was my favorite character of the lot from that, storyline. Maybe, we might journey with other. But then again, that would be great. But maybe I'm just pulling this out of my ass, as far as guesses go.
It's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Meet some new people. Yeah, there's so many people that we probably haven't met. Maybe, we might, closely work with Nadana a bit more at the great work. Still a lot of time left. Anything could happen. Yeah, exactly. And we've got at least 2 more expansions coming. It'll be wild. Again, the ideas, the ways in which this can go is...
This feels familiar.
We could literally go anywhere, do anything.
Tis good to be...
But what would make the most sense? How could things still remain within continuity?
What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not
Oh,
that
that's
there's any
hilarious.
shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Alize can be very scary. A lot of the time.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
Oh, Kryla's not going to let her live it down.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Yeah, enjoying a little bit of peace and quiet. This expansion specifically really loves Ellis and Graha. I feel like Graha definitely deserved a bit more screen time, given that I feel like we really very much missed him after the Crystal Tower stuff, and we didn't see him until we found out he was the Exarch in Shadowbringers. So I feel like we've missed a decent chunk of him, and honestly, the time far removed from certain characters, we feel like we should probably spend a little bit more time with them and get to know them again a little bit better, as we have with everyone else. Because if keeping in mind with Alize, we didn't see her for like pretty much when her and Alphino, fought. She went off to do her own thing. Alphino was like, I'm joining the Scions. God, when was the first time we actually kind of met her and spoke with her, or rather took quests? I think that might have been just before. No, actually, it was either some ways into Heaven's Ward, if not after Heaven's Ward. That's actually interesting. Some ways into, if not beyond Heaven's Ward, yeah. That's what I'm saying, is like, we didn't see her at all in A Realm Reborn, and while ARR was genuinely it felt more of like a prologue to everything, I feel like there was a hell of a story to have been told. She was an AI and had fire with Alphino, but you didn't see much of her or personality in it. Yeah, in fact, if anything, she seemed like the kind of character that we would likely want to stay away from. That was like the only part that she was there for. But now having to see those two together, like how Alphino and Alize kind of interact with each other, it provides a lot more... Oh, what's happening here? What is Xenos up to? Of all the places to be, why here, where we last fought? I feel like he still kind of feels a little bit pissy about what happened to Shinryu, but...
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
I mean, what kind of like... We had a hell of an interaction between us and Xenos during that fight. But I'm more curious as to what he saw in us as like someone who he just really, really wants to fight. And it's clear he's getting stronger as time has been going on. What kind of threat will he present himself as in future? Hi, Bigley. Thanks for this follow. Really appreciate you. Also, is that a Spheal? God damn, Spheals look adorable.
How often have we thus assembled?
A few too many times, I think.
To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Man, Xeno's plot plays weird when you play a female character. It comes off as a girl. Is it a murder boner though?
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. We could have realized what we
Like, there's no doubt he has a hell of an obsession.
At the Rising Stones,
But I can't help but think that he's also partly confused as well.
From the joyous to the sorrowful.
I still don't really know.
We've had occasion to call other places home too.
Maybe if for some reason a storyline was written in a way in which like we end up understanding the mind of a madman. Oh, come on, Bigley. Jump back in. I feel like it's a good game. But I mean, totally up to you.
We were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue.
I mean, maybe later content added on might help. If you play a male character, he comes off as extra confused. Or yeah, see, I'm confused on what I even want to like say about Xenos. To be completely honest, it's all confusing at the end of the day. It's wild.
To stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
I mean, Xenos as a character, how do we feel about him? And I feel like nothing but blank emptiness is what like my mind kind of seems to conjure up.
The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel.
It's just a mental thing I introduced to Max, and you know after one. Now that's understandable, Bigley. I mean, don't force yourself if you don't want to. Again, I can't imagine what that would be like.
They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
But I'm sure there are other games that kind of strike your fancy. Well, hopefully you're not completely deterred from Final Fantasy as a whole. Hopefully. Especially with there was the state of play today where they showed a good amount of 16 and
Upon arriving,
it has a lot of FF14 cinematic feel to it, which I really, really enjoyed. I think I've dated the stream pretty much almost immediately by saying that.
As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
The number of times we've been asked, are we sure that we want this to happen? It just shows how absolutely like deep what we're about to do is, and it is wild to think about. The whole universe. I'm gonna go as a person. Have to get past this. I believe you can do it, Bigley. Like legit, man, you can. Good luck. I feel like that's all I can really say because I don't think I can say anything that can add, since I haven't really experienced, that sort of awkwardness myself. But I can only try and like spread some positivity along the way. I mean, that's the best all I really can do. But anyway, yeah, no, good luck, man. I think looking back, Stormblood just wanted him to be open and shut. Tragic villain, pulling back, recurring. Aimless is a good way of putting it. Now you're in good company, Bigley. Don't worry about it.
Then, ere you report to Thamsane, I leave you with these words.
Oh, what is Carl gonna say? This is gonna be a heavy hit, isn't it, emotionally?
You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether.
Oh.
Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph.
The way that the voice acting was, like, you can kind of tell there was a bit of a weakness in, like, the way in which Kyle spoke, and that kind of showed, like, a little bit of emotion of, like, not confidence, but, like, you have to do this.
Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Man, this is a feeling right now.
Let us be off then.
Oh yeah, no, I'm from New Zealand, like, born and raised, but I kind of feel like I'm in a really weird spot as far as accent goes. I'd be interested to know what I sound like, because I can't hear myself, and if I do, like, I could record my own voice and listen to it, but I kind of hate doing that, listening to my own voice. Oh, yo, Big Lee. Wait, so that means you're a Kiwi too? Oh, chill, bruv. This guy.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Man, sorry I said a lot of, like, goodbyes, but this is the saddest one of all. It sounds like a low-key British, if that makes sense. I can hear a bit. Honestly, like, being surrounded by, like, so many different types of... Actually, probably not a surprise. I've watched a lot of, like, British comedy, like, comedic stuff, a lot of American stuff. Being surrounded by so many different cultures and types of people with different accents, you kind of, like, take it all in. And then, you know, it just kind of grows and becomes whatever it is. Oh, Bigley, my man. My man. You got... Hopefully you have a good time with FF14. You know, jumping back onto it and all the rest of it. Ooh, what's under Party Finder? Haven't had a look yet. Ooh, Cinder Drift Extreme. Yeah, I probably don't want to do that. Oh, this is our FC right here. The Love Shack. RP Focus Night. Yeah, try to jump into something that you wouldn't ordinarily do and just kind of go about it how you feel. I feel like that's the easiest way because there's so many classes in the game. So many things that you could do. Yeah, no, I don't mind at all, Bigley. Come to think of it. Feel free to flick me a request. But I'm just trying to decide whether or not I want to level up a few certain classes. I think I'm working on leveling up my blacksmith and alchemist at the same time. Miner, for sure. Just trying to think. So if you want to end things off, this will probably be too true, too true. Yeah, actually, you know what? Good point, Death. So I'm gonna be just ending it off here, and yeah. As for Bigley, if you want to join in the next stream, yeah, you absolutely can, and also like, feel free to flick me a request, or like, you could jump into the game as well while I'm on, and we can add each other or party up or something and go through some of the story missions if like that is something that you want to try out as well. Be totally happy to do that. So, and cheers, mate. Cheers. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow, because I'm going to be doing it from midday. So that's like, math. 15 hours from now. So I'll see you guys then. Peace.